No seconds. Oh, I'm live. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Shire of Capel Council Ordinary Council meeting for June. Being 6 p.m, I'll declare the meeting open. The Shire of Capel acknowledges the traditional custodians of this land we are meeting on, the Nala, Kala, Buja and Southwest Bujara people. We wish to acknowledge and respect their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. We pay our respects to members of all communities and cultures and to elders past, present and emerging. I think we have a full attendance tonight. Any leave of absence requests? No. Response to public questions taken on notice?
None taken on notice, Mr. Chairman.
So we'll move to public question time. Do I have notification of public questions?
Mr. Chairman, there's quite a few, but I'll leave that back if I want to read them.
Mr. Terry Ernst.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ernst can't make it tonight. He's been unavoidably detained at work, but has asked whether we could read out the question anyway and give the answer. Okay. We'll have to share now. Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, Mr. Terry Ernst from Buonup asks, does the council have a policy in relation to the removal of graffiti? He says he recently reported a graffiti attack and didn't see that anything was done. Council doesn't have a policy relating to graffiti attack. When graffiti attacks occur, if they're offensive, they're blocked out as soon as we can and removed as soon as possible. The graffiti in question, in terms of this question, has been removed. The second part of his question is, if there's no graffiti policy, why not? Well, we just haven't seen the need to now to have one, and it could perhaps be considered if necessary. Thank you. Mr. Gary Buller from Carradale.
I'm a beef producer from down at Carradale, and I just lodged this question. A little bit of background for those here. According to press releases, the Shire of Capel is considering renewing the lease on the Buonup sale yard for a further 10 years, with a possible option of another 10. Assuming this is correct, I can only also assume that councillors have all satisfied themselves that this facility is delivering acceptable animal welfare outcomes expected in this day and age. The current government is at present reviewing the Animal Welfare Act, which, going forward, means councillors are condoning practices at the Buonup sale yard, and that the yards will meet expectations under the new Act if they are agreeing to extend the lease for a further 10 years. So my question is, has the Shire of Capel sought a totally independent assessment/opinion of whether the Buonup sale yard complies with current and future animal welfare provisions?
Thanks for the question. The answer is that no, we haven't sought a totally independent assessment or opinion, but we are aware of those issues, of course. And our understanding at the moment is that whichever way we go forward with the new sale yards, whether whoever the operator is, there are going to be upgrades. There have already been upgrades, I understand, in terms of watering, water being supplied to the yards, and ramps have been improved, I understand, so that to prevent slippage. And there's going to be a lot of improvements happening under the new lease. So there will be all those animal welfare provisions will be put into place as part of the way forward with the sale yards.
Right. Well, I attended the first ever sale here with my father, and I attended the first ever live weight sale here, and not much has changed in the yards apart from the timber structures for walking around on have been replaced with metal, but no added comfort for the cattle whatsoever. So that's where my question lies. It's not so
Okay,
much.
well, that's not
yeah.
my understanding. My understanding is the ramps have been improved and watering has been improved.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than that, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Absolutely. Bronwyn Mutton from Capel.
Good evening, everyone. The reason this is to do with the new bushfire protection policy that is being put forward by, or was passed at the last meeting. Is that right? The reason many people want to come to live in the Shire of Capel is because of the forest and rural ambience, with many large, magnificent remnant eucalypt trees and bush which are habitat for birds, possums, etc., and a lot of wildlife. These trees produce oxygen and give fresh air within the Shire of Capel. At the May meeting of the Shire of Capel councillors, an updated bushfire prevention order was passed, which will require much clearing of garden trees and remnant eucalypt trees. Question 1. When and how was public consultation advertised so ratepayers could read and understand implications of this new bushfire prevention order and apply for and be granted variations before the 31st of October 2021?
I'll ask the acting CEO to provide a response. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the question. Following the resolution of the Council, Shire of Capel officers met to develop a communication strategy, which is currently in draft form, to explain the new requirements and the reasoning for the requirements of the mitigation notice. This includes holding community information sessions, social media, newsprint, frequently asked questions, information with rates notices, and as always the option for residents to contact the relevant officer to discuss their property. The main change to the mitigation order has been in the definition of low fuel zone. That has been generally aligned with the accepted definition of the Department of Fire and Emergency Services and that department's publication, the Homeowners Bushfire Survival Manual. It is important to build a shared understanding of fire agencies and communities on bushfire preparedness, particularly in the definition of low fuel zone. The focus of the bushfire mitigation notice is a move away from owners' requirements to clear and maintain fire breaks towards maintaining a low fuel zone 20 metres around their home to help make the home defendable. The requirements are not that the 20 metres around the home should be devoid of vegetation, but the vegetation should be managed in such a way that the risk of fire impacting the home is reduced. Furthermore, property owners that cannot meet the requirements may apply for a variation. The revised order is intended to be more practical, with the intention of the annual compliance program to assess properties on a risk basis, focusing on the immediate area around people's homes, and to work collaboratively with owners to improve building resilience and safer communities. The intention and the requirements do not necessarily require clearing of remnant vegetation.
Well, I'm heartened to know that it won't require too much remnant vegetation to be cleared, but I understood that this has been passed by the councillors without an opportunity for the ratepayers to understand what's going on. So my next question was, will the Shire of Capel send out these new amended bushfire prevention orders and explanations with the rates to allow ratepayers plenty of time to understand the implications before the 31st of October? And I recognise that you have answered some of that questions. Thank you.
Yes, they will be going. The notices will be going out with the rates notices.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Philip Petrisevich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is, given the mounting criticism of a long-term lease of the Boynup sale yards to Walser, will the Shire of Capel Council abandon the proposed 20-year lease period offered exclusively to 2 agents and instead consider, as a short-term option, which was presented to this council by the Shire of Capel's own solicitors, referenced in the Shire of Capel Ordinary Council minutes of 23/8/2017, the issue of a suite of licences so that each stock agent has a non-exclusive right to access the yards on sale days, or the appointment of a manager to operate the facility on behalf of the Shire on a non-exclusive basis until a new southwest sale yard site can be selected and state-of-the-art sale yards built.
Mr. Petrisevich, I have really no way of answering that question because we're discussing this matter tonight, as I understand it, and we won't be able to answer those questions until after council makes a decision.
Okay, all right. If that's the case, I'll withdraw question 2.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Hearn, Peppermint Grove Beach. And I'll ask the acting CEO to deal with these questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first question. Main Roads WA has advised that the Mullicup Bridge is no longer safe due to the fact that daily traffic flows are exceeding capacity by almost 500% and needs to be rebuilt with a dual lane bridge and with cycle access. So my question is, what steps has the Shire taken to remedy the problem? Is federal and state government funding available for the project, and have applications been submitted? What is the estimated cost of complying with Main Road's request, and will it impact the Shire's budget? Has provision been made in the Shire's 2021-22 budget to complete the works, and is it likely that Main Roads will close the bridge if urgent works are not attended to? Just as an addendum, I understand some works are planned for the Trent Creek Bridge as well, and if that happens, I would assume that Mullicup Bridge will increase, the capacity on that bridge will be even higher than what it currently is at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hearn, for putting all those questions at once. I can answer them all at once. Main Roads Western Australia has not indicated that the bridge is no longer safe. Rather, Main Roads has indicated that the daily traffic volume has crossed the trigger threshold at which planning for widening should be undertaken. The Shire is working closely with Main Roads Structures Division to put in place an appropriate design for the future reconfiguration of the bridge to meet the current and future uses. The Shire has been advised by Main Roads that state funding for the project is not available. The council chose not to contribute to the original reconstruction of the bridge in 2008. As a result, Main Roads fully funded the current single lane bridge and is therefore not able to contribute to its widening. Federal funding under the Australian Government Bridges Renewal Program may be available. The date for the opening of the next tranche of grants under that program, which will be round 6, has not yet been decided. However, it is anticipated to be opened in the first quarter of the next calendar year. The Shire, in cooperation with Main Roads WA, is preparing an application which will include the concept designs as prepared for the Shire by Main Roads for that opportunity. The estimated cost of the proposed reconfiguration of the bridge is in the order of 4.5 million, plus there may be a need to acquire adjacent land. The impact on the Shire budget is heavily dependent upon whether the Shire is successful in gaining a grant under the Bridges Renewal Program. However, at a minimum, the Shire can expect to be required to fund 50% of the total cost. I think your final question related to the budget. No, it is highly unlikely that these works can or will commence in the 2021-22 financial year. Even if the Shire receives confirmation of funding from the Bridges Renewal Program in early 2022, detailed design must be carried out along with all other statutory clearances, including the potential for land acquisition before any major works can commence.
Thank you, sir. Second one.
Oh, sorry, there was a little bit more to your question then.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, I needed to turn the page. And the question was, is it likely the main roads will close the bridge if the urgent works are not attended to? And the answer to that is no. As noted earlier, Main Roads Australia has not indicated that the bridge is unsafe, nor has it indicated these works are such an urgent nature that closure would be considered in the near term. Main Roads has only indicated that this is a matter which the Shire needs to be considering now in order to ensure that the problem does not escalate to a crisis point at some later stage. The Shire has heeded that advice and is working with Main Roads in order to deliver a timely and effective solution.
That's all good news. Thanks, Mr. CEO. My second question was, I refer to page 131 and 132 of agenda item 15.5 concerning rates, referring to expenditure in context including asset renewal. The author's comments indicate that the Shire's asset sustainability ratio over the next 15 years will consistently be approximately 50% below the minimum local government operational guidelines and approximately 60% below the ideal level. Given that the ratio measures the Shire's ability to replace assets, and the author of the report states if additional funds are not found, the asset base will start to fail and become unstable. What plans does the Shire have to remedy this apparent financial anomaly? In asking this question, I acknowledge the difficult financial position that COVID-19 has placed on local government finances. However, the fact remains that the Shire now has some $5.1 million of unfunded depreciation on its books, with this figure growing exponentially, and ratepayers are entitled to an explanation if it is expected that assets cannot be retained in good working order.
I'll apologise in advance. The answer is longer than the question. In recent years, the Shire has been improving and refining its asset renewal and asset management processes. Through the development of an asset management strategy, the Shire is continuing to discover the true condition of its assets. This includes increased awareness of the asset base, the deteriorated condition of assets, and the increased demand for assets from the community. Costings derived from these evaluation processes inform the long-term planning, annual budgeting and rate-setting processes. The Shire applies an asset review mechanism to assess the level of value and depreciation across all its asset bases. This is controlled through the valuation of assets, fair value principles, as detailed in the Local Government Financial Management Regulations 1996. A local government must revalue an asset of the local government firstly, whenever the local government is of the opinion that the fair value of the asset is likely to be materially different from its carrying amount, or B, in any event, within a period of at least 3 years but no more than 5 years after the day in which the asset was last valued or revalued. The schedule evaluation of Shire assets are as follows. Infrastructure assets, 2022-23 financial year. Land and building assets, 2024-25. Plant and equipment assets, 2023-24. The data obtained from this process will be used to report the true fair value of assets and will be reflected in subsequent financial reports following the completion of the valuation. However, during this valuation process, the Shire has a responsibility to ensure its assets are maintained to an operational level. As identified in the officer's report referred to, at present the Shire sustainability ratio is measuring below the local government operational guideline of 90%, and the Council has acknowledged the need for remedial action to improve this rating. Now, to answer your question, there would be a need to increase expenditure on asset renewal, which could be funded from either increased rate revenue, increased borrowings, or grant funding, or a mixture of all three. Grant funding availability is subject to outside organisations, so it may not be a reliable source of funding to sustain asset renewals. Any increase to rate revenue and borrowing is controlled by decisions of the council. I just referred to an audit committee recommendation now. Earlier this year, in March 2021, the committee requested the acting CEO and officers to compile a comprehensive asset register with a view to determining the viability of each of the Shire's assets. In order to support this process, the committee requested the following information: incurred costs to maintain or replace an asset, the value of income received from the asset referred to, and the assessment of the ongoing need for the asset. Once the council has had the opportunity to review this information, taking into account the possibility of increasing the funding for asset renewal through the varying mechanisms mentioned above, the council and Shire officers will be in a more informed position to determine a remedial pathway with a view to improving the Shire's assets to sustainability ratio and, of course, ensuring Shire assets are, as you say, retained in good working order.
If I can just add to that, Mr. Hearn, you can rest
Please.
assured that this council and the Shire staff are working very hard to fix the mismanagement from previous councils.
I'm heartened by the good news, Mr. President. The final question: given the high job vacancy rates and skill shortages currently experienced in Western Australia, how many positions are currently listed on the Shire staff establishment categorised into inside and outside working staff? How many staff have left, resigned, terminated or retired during the 19-20-21 financial years, and what are the staff turnover ratios? How many permanent positions are currently vacant? How many vacant permanent positions are currently filled with temporary staff? And does the Shire have a staff retention policy to retain valued employees and minimise staff turnover? If so, can that policy be made available, if not already, on the Shire's webpage?
Just before I hand over to the acting CEO to attempt to answer that question, I better just inform you that there is a sort of strict divide between councils and councillors and staff. Council only actually has one staff member that we employ, and that's the CEO or the acting CEO. The rest is operational matters and things that the council has no role in.
I understand that. Thanks.
Oh, good. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At present, the council's full-time equivalent is 87.1. It's made up of 68.8 inside staff and 18.3 outside staff. The annual turnover 2019-2020 permanent exits were 11, and that's an annual turnover rate of 12.3%. For 2020-21, the permanent exits were 22, and that's an annual turnover rate of 24.8%. The number of positions currently vacant, there are 6 permanent vacancies at the moment. I just mentioned the first two: Director Infrastructure and Development and the Corporate and Strategic Communications Coordinator. However, I would just like to say that I took a decision there to delay that until the council had a substantive CEO in place. The other 4 are a Senior Occupational Health and Safety Advisor, Works Coordinator, Team Leader Parks, and a Principal Environmental Health Officer, which is covered by an internal secondment at the moment. So at the moment, positions filled with otherwise temporary staff are the acting CEO position and the Director Community and Corporate, other ones mixing and matching from within. And with regard to a staff retention policy, no, there is no specific staff retention policy.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Appreciate the answers. Thanks, Mr. President.
We'll now have a motion that in accordance with section 5.214 of the Local Government Act, the vote of all members present will be recorded. Following each vote at this meeting of council. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clues. Any discussion? No. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Do we have any applications for leave of absence? None. Declarations of interest, I have some. I have a declaration of interest from Councillor Murray Scott in item 13.3. That's a financial interest. That's the stockyards, I believe. One from Councillor Murray Scott for agenda item 11.1, which is a proximity interest. Living on Railway Road, close to Railway Road, proximity interest. Councillor Douglas Kitchen, on agenda item 13.3, the Boyne Up Sale Yards, in that he has an interest in cattle. Councillor Douglas Kitchen, agenda item 14.4, proximity interest, closely associated with somebody who has a property there, or owns a property. Councillor Douglas Kitchen, agenda item 11.1, the alternative route for the BORR, it's a proximity interest. Councillor Kieran Noonan, Councillor myself, Councillor Michael Southwell and Councillor Rosina Mogg, 11.1, in that we are members of the Friends of Jallurup Corridor, and was Councillor Mogg for 11.2, proximity interest, living on Hastings Road, and Councillor Michael Southwell, myself, for agenda item 20.2, the CEO appointment, in that impartiality interest, in that I'm aware of the nature of the applicant's present role, in which he has participated in a decision or more than one decision adverse to me. So we move on to confirmation of minutes from the ordinary council meeting of the 26th of May 2021. Do I have someone who wishes to move that? Councillor Andrews, seconded Councillor Mogg. Any discussion on those? We're all happy with those? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. The minutes of the special council meeting of the 2nd of June 2021. The motion would be that the minutes are confirmed as a true and correct record. Do I have a mover? Councillor Andrews, seconded Councillor Noonan. No discussion. Those in favour? Carried unanimous. No announcements by the person presiding without discussion. Petitions, deputations or presentations. We have a couple of presentations, I believe, and Mr. Glenn Bone. Not here. Can't make a presentation. Mark Halsell on Meadowbrook Lifestyle Village.
My name is Mark Halsell of Halsell & Associates Town Planning Consultants. I'm speaking with respect to item 14.4, which relates to Meadowbrook Lifestyle Village. And we've been engaged by the receivers with respect to that land. Unfortunately, it's fallen into receivership. We've been engaged to assist them with advice from a planning perspective. And I've been asked to speak to Council tonight with respect to this item, given its importance to that situation. Council may be aware, as I said, that the place fell into receivership, and they're looking at options to try and invigorate the site, keep it going, and look at other parties that may be interested in purchasing the site. And as a result, it's kind of in limbo. We've undertaken quite a amount of research as to where the site came from, where it's sitting now, the zoning, the future zoning opportunities, because obviously the situation is that it hasn't really worked very well, and there's a concern it might not still work in exactly the same format. One of the matters that came up during the investigation, that I must say the Shire staff have been absolutely fantastic in helping us understand the situation, because we didn't have anything to do with the site previously, was that there was a very significant developer contribution amount that was identified through a planning condition, which was $245,000, of which I think there's about $23,000 has already been paid, and that's as a result of 17 houses that have been established on the site out of a total of 180 sites that were identified. So obviously over a while there was only a very small number of houses developed, and so it was recognised, however, that the developer contribution scheme or plan that enables the charging of contributions like this in early 2020 was actually removed, and so this sort of removed the ability ongoing for the Shire to collect contributions in this way in Boynup. We also note from the officer's report that the Meadowbrook approval is basically the only one that really got this kind of condition, and there doesn't seem to be any other approvals in Dalyalup, Capel, Boynup that have basically been followed through in this fashion. So it's a standalone situation. The report goes into some of the circumstances of the approvals that have been issued and how that hasn't resulted in other developments being in the same situation. So this background therefore suggests that the Meadowbrook has basically been the only site that's got this quite onerous condition, and it's not really consistent with the planning framework now, and so it could be questionable as to whether or not it was even reasonable in the first instance, because it was probably applied in readiness for this development contribution plan that was coming, and accepting that that was the way we were going in the future, which hasn't happened. We also note that there's been reference to the State Administrative Tribunal decisions, and that questions about what is a reasonable planning condition, and the SAT talks about that, and it should also be recognised that the approval aside of this condition for a further $222,000 still requires a lot of other road upgrades, footpath works and other foreshore works. So there's still quite a lot of infrastructure contribution outside of this condition that would still apply. So the Shire, we also note legal advice is suggesting that it would be appropriate for Council to delete the condition, and that's obviously, we've requested this because it's very important to, if someone's looking at the site to try and purchase it, make a significant investment, trying to move forward on something that hasn't really worked, there's a lot of risk attached to that, and it's obviously quite a significant liability and risk in looking at something where you're taking on that cost. So obviously, in summary, the report talks about that the developer contribution plan's now removed. The WAPC will not be applying any more conditions of this type. Retaining the condition could be seen to be inequitable, given that no one else is going to have it. The condition, obviously, if it's removed, there's still other contributions being made, and obviously, like I said, the legal advice assists. So, the development's stalled. Obviously, market forces have been a factor. There's been a lack of interest in the development, and we've been sort of asked to put this case to Council, so the Council can understand the receivers are saying that this would be really advantageous to try and get this site moving forward. So we'd really appreciate it if councillors could accept the officer's recommendation, which is to delete that condition and treat the site like all other sites will be into the future and previous.
Thank you, Mr. Halsall. We'll take it on board.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. We now move to motions. We probably need to turn that mic off. Oh, did she? Well, why isn't it? Anyway. Sebastian, what was your surname, sorry?
Ballhouse.
Ballhouse, from Harley Dykstra, sorry.
thank you.
I didn't have a note in front of me.
That's all right. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I assume this is... I'd like to speak to item 14.5, Lot 1, Capel Drive. Firstly, I'd like to make you aware of the letter that our client distributed to you yesterday. I assume you all received the letter. Yeah. Yes? Okay. The letter is, shows you the disappointment from our client in terms of the officer's recommendation to not proceed with the LPS, and also gives you quite a few other sort of things to think about. They can't be here in person due to COVID, and they apologise for that, and that's why you had the letter yesterday. So, yeah, I'd like to refer to our meeting in November. I don't know if you remember, it's a little while ago now, that we presented this particular prospect for you. At that stage, you were all positive, the Shire officers were positive, and our client decided to proceed on that basis and make a fairly big investment in this land holding, of course, which he doesn't own. So options go on the land, quite a few negotiations with the landowner, which then moved him forward to the document that you have seen, the LSP. So for us, it's quite disappointing, the recommendation from your own officers. We don't believe that's what we've been talking about through the whole process, including our meetings with Main Roads. So what I'd like to do is just go through the 3 points that your officers have raised as being impediments to you passing this through, and just give, I guess, our professional view on those points. And while you can still proceed with recommending it to proceed, without really putting yourself into jeopardy or having a lot more options in the future to work with us and Main Roads in making it a good project for your Shire. So let me start first with the highway safety. I'll just go back one step. Where are we? So previously we had positive support for progressing development within the Shire, and this gave our client confidence to proceed, knowing the challenges that this site holds. In particular, much conversation was had surrounding the proposed LSP, assisting the Shire and Main Roads to pursue a safe and desirable outcome for Capel Drive Bustle Highway intersection. As was reflected within the local community submissions received, the joint highest concern raised by the community, which is the intersection. This joint approach to address the concern raised by the community was reflected within your own officer's report, which states, crucially, it also recommended that the Council considers making a positive and active commitment to work with the applicant, Main Roads and the community, both through this structure plan process and through other means to achieve an appropriate and safe solution to the issues raised by this proposal in the short term. Unfortunately, your officer's recommendation does not actually allow us to do that. So on this reason, listed for not supporting the local structure plan, as the applicant would wish to make the following comments. So highway safety first. So we see three things which your recommendations or your officers have picked up. So safety at the Capel Drive Bustle Highway intersection is also our critical concern. We at Harley Dykstra we live here. We're also aware and closely related to individuals who've been involved with accidents which have occurred at this intersection in the past. It's for this primary reason that Cardno prepared the comprehensive traffic impact assessment at a level which reflects the current LSP proposal and demonstrates no traffic impact issues are to occur with the highway in the short or medium term. We have been strong advocates of upgrading the Capel Drive Bustle Highway intersection, having coordinated meetings with Main Roads to promote the future upgrades to this intersection for the betterment of the community. We would have been with Main Roads at least 4 times. We've had various plans with them. Of course, they have other projects on the go, but we have been working closely with Main Roads. So it's not that we've done this without them. Unfortunately, Ground A for not supporting the local structure plan does not take into consideration the numerous conversations held between Harley Dykstra, Main Roads and the Shire. Of particular importance, and one which needs to be considered by Council, is that tonight you are determining to support a local structure plan which is required to go to the Department of Planning for formal assessment. Should you wish to recommend any modifications to the LSP on sound traffic safety, we would welcome this recommendation by Council and would seek to continue to work collaboratively with the Shire officers to investigate an appropriate intersection upgrade for Capel. Further, all future development within the service commercial zone, which will require the preparation of traffic impact assessments relative to the proposed development, which will provide the opportunity for Council to further review any traffic concerns. You're not approving anything here that can be built. You're simply approving a change in the zone. So a lot more work has to go on. Alternatively, should Council not seek to provide a positive recommendation to the Department of Planning and not seek to provide an active commitment to our valued client to resolve this intersection upgrade and any traffic concerns through the appropriate planning process, our client has advised us that they will withdraw their investment within the Capel town site. Unfortunately, they are developers. They've spent a fair bit to date. The client was very disappointed with us yesterday. He couldn't believe the recommendation. And he was quite clear that he would just withdraw and it's all over. He'll go somewhere else, which is a pity, given the work we've done and the fact that we don't believe we're actually really providing that final outcome that you're making a decision on. Inconsistency with state planning policy, road and rail noise, that's ground B. We don't consider this to be an appropriate ground on which to withhold a supportive recommendation, since once a further understanding of the ultimate intersection design and associated upgrades are known, plus the residential section, more acoustic considerations on site will require to be reported and assessed, which is part of our LSP document. It's for this reason that we've included provisions within the LSP which requires acoustic reports to be prepared to the satisfaction of the Shire at a later subdivision and or development stage. So I think that's fairly clear. Economic assessment, once again, ground C refers to the lack of evidence that the proposed service commercial zone will benefit the Capel town site's economic vitality. In response, we wish to outline clearly to Council the objective of the service commercial zone. The service commercial zone is not a town site. It's a commercial activities which, because of the nature of the business, require good vehicle access and or large sites, to provide for a range of wholesale sales, showrooms, trade and services, which by reason of their scale, character, operational or land requirement are not generally appropriate in or cannot conveniently or economically be accommodated in commercial centres or industrial zones. So it's a different development than a town site. The zone objective of the Shires of Capel's Local Planning Scheme 8 clearly articulates the rationale for the selection of the service commercial zone within the LSP due to its demand for good vehicle access and having a large site, as well as providing investment for uses which cannot conveniently or economically be accommodated in a town centre, and you would definitely not put them in the Capel light industrial area.
Sorry, Sebastian, I just have to interrupt you there. There are time limits on these submissions, and now I get a sense that you're reading from documents that are in our keeping. So I'll have to wind you up, and I'll let you go. I'll let you conclude. But if you
I'll read my
conclude your
conclusion.
remarks, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
I'm at the conclusion now. Councillors, we trust this deputation has clearly articulated our rationale in seeking to progress positively with this development and ensuring a positive recommendation is provided to the DPLH. However, should you not see your way to endorsing the local structure plan with the recommended modifications where required, we respectfully ask that you defer the item to another meeting for further consideration so we can have a positive recommendation to the Department of Planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could just switch that microphone off for us, that'd be great. Thanks. Yep. We're now moving to motions of which previous notice has been given, and we have a motion from Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move the motion 11.1 on the Bunbury Outer Ring Road for an alternative route. That pursuant to the Special Council meeting decisions of 185 and 186 of 2019 and Ordinary Council meeting 219 of 2019, that the Acting CEO be authorised to write to Main Roads Western Australia, to the State and Federal EPAs, to the relevant ministers, and to give public notice of the Council's opposition to the current planned route for the Bunbury Outer Ring Road, and to outline the Council's support for the staged construction of an alternative route for the Bunbury Outer Ring Road through the Shire of Capel, being A, completion of the Centenary Road link from the Central Bore to Bustle Highway. B, complete the northern section of the Boynup bypass from Southwest Highway to Railway Road. And C, construct a new dual carriageway from Railway Road to Bustle Highway at Bentley Road. Number 2, these stages complete both a light vehicle inner ring road and a heavy vehicle outer ring road. Then, subject to available funding, to A, duplicate the South West Highway from the Willings Drive extension to Boynup. B, duplicate Railway Road from Boynup Bypass to Bentley Road. C, complete the southern section of the Boynup Bypass from Railway Road to the South West Highway. And D, construction of grade separated flyovers on Bustle Highway at Norton Promenade and then at Hasty Road.
Do we have a seconder? I'll second it. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, for the benefit of the gallery, I've got a map on a USB. If we could perhaps put that on the...
Is that doable? I can see it. It is? Yep, we can do that.
Just while that map is coming up, I'd like to point out that the reason for this motion is that it is very much a legacy motion. It's about the Shire that we leave for our children and grandchildren. The purpose of the current plan that Main Roads is pursuing has some major flaws in it. It has, these flaws were not apparent 50 years ago when they first started planning, and certainly no planners could be held accountable for not knowing the extent of the basalt resource. Neither could they be held accountable for not knowing the position of 5 of the world's largest trees from 4 different species in the Jalorp corridor. Indeed, some of these things have only just, we have only come to light in the last few years. However, we have an obligation to make sure that this road goes through in the very best location that it possibly can, because this road will permanently shape the structure of not only Capel Shire but also the entire Greater Bunbury area. The proposal that I have, proposed alternative route that I'm asking the councillors to endorse and to then have the CEO forward to the relevant ministers in the EPA, etc., meets a number of very important issues. It provides for a genuine separation of the bulk of light and heavy vehicle traffic. The light vehicles, particularly coming from Perth, going down south for the weekend and returning, would tend to go on that inner ring road through Centenary Road onto Bustle Highway. Heavy vehicles could be directed to take the Railway Road, South West Highway route, the outer ring road. It creates a highway system redundancy that provides 2 major routes south of Bunbury that connect to the Bustle Highway rather than 1. That redundancy is a major and important strategic position to take. It still provides for future inclusion of a railway line from Bunbury to Boynup and Capel and on to Bustleton,
following a known and existing infrastructure corridor with suitable gradients, which is also, the reason Railway Road was built there in the first place was because it's close to the watershed. And so construction of the railway and upgrading of the road will be far more easy engineering-wise. It allows for better heavy vehicle access to Bunbury Port into the Kemerton industrial area from not only the south, from Bustleton, but also from the southeast. And this is particularly important as transport of lithium from Greenbushes is set to increase. It provides better growth and opportunities for the entire Greater Bunbury region, and particularly for the Shire of Capel. It doesn't unnecessarily bury over 13 million tonnes of basalt, a strategic resource. In fact, it frees up that basalt resource underneath Allenville Road and Lilydale Road for use in the construction of the bore, and indeed other roads. It preserves that basalt resource for future use for coastal mitigation for the entire Bunbury geograph coastline in the event of increased storm damage and coastal erosion. It preserves the Jalorap corridor for development for its tourist potential. I know of no other place in the world where there are 5 trees from 4 different species, which are all the largest of their species, all within 3 kilometres. We have, in our shire, the world's 2 largest mistletoes, those 2 West Australian Christmas trees. They are bigger than the previous known biggest recorded mistletoe, which is in the Shire of Bustleton, by 1.5 metres. That's how much bigger they are, the biggest one. This is an enormous tourist potential. The environmental interest in environmental tourism worldwide has increased dramatically over the last 20 years and is only set to increase when COVID is eventually brought under control. It better services the Shire of Capel and the entire southwest by providing 2 more central transport routes and positioning more of the Shire on the coastal side of that heavy vehicle access. And so, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, councillors, I would like to commend that motion to you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Noonan. As I seconded the motion, I'll speak also in favour of it. And firstly, congratulate Councillor Noonan on the work that he's done, on all of the background information that he's gathered, and his production of finally some very good maps so that people can see what we're talking about. Personally, yes, I'm in favour of it too, because fundamentally it's a Bunbury outer ring road. It goes around Bunbury already, but then for some reason it comes through part of Capel, which is Jalorap, and if it goes down, the part that's already been built, the middle section, continues on and down the Centenary Road Reserve past the prison. The great furphy that people say is, oh, well, that's going to just drive all this extra traffic down Bustle Highway past Dalyella. But the completion of the bore will not create new cars and new people coming from Perth to the southwest. It doesn't create traffic. It just moves traffic in a certain direction. So there'll be no additional traffic. And at the moment, I live in that area, and we get busy road. That road does get busy a couple times a week, 3 or 4 times a year, and everybody just deals with it. And in time, if traffic does increase on that Bustle Highway, I'm sure they could do measures like grade separation where the entry is to Dalyella. I just think it's a much more sensible, easier, cheaper proposition. just defies belief that the state government won't even consider it seriously. The other thing that people don't seem to realise is when you set aside a road reserve through the one through Jalorup and you leave it and don't build the road for 40 or 50 years, what happens is you get 40 or 50 years of growth of the vegetation there, and it becomes from pretty ordinary vegetation into something quite spectacular over that time. And that's what's happened. And so to bulldoze that now would be a great shame. Also, it doesn't make sense because in those days, the Bustle Highway was going to be one lane, or the highway was going to be one lane south and one lane north. It's now going to be 2 lanes south, 2 lanes north. And the freeway all the way from Perth and then all the way past where this bypass will rejoin Bustle Highway and all the way further south will, when this part out here gets completed, be a very high standard freeway with 2 lanes going one way, a large separation of a land in between the lanes, a separation of the lanes, and then the other 2 lanes going the other way. To squeeze it through the Jalorup corridor, they've had to buy extra land, but still going to squeeze the 4 lanes together with nothing but a concrete barrier in between them. So they're going to compromise the standard of the road, compromise the safety of the road, just to squeeze it through a magnificent nature corridor. Now that just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense from a government that got elected 2 elections ago, declaring that it was going to save the Belia wetlands from a road, from a very sensible road, that the Row 8 that should be built up in Perth to alleviate the massive congestion on those Leach Highway and South Street. So on one hand, you've got a very sensible, practical road solution required in Perth. A state government gets elected on the basis that it's going to save the Belia wetlands, and then riding high on its electoral success decides that a long way away down in Jalorup, a nature corridor can just be trashed, and just because that's the way we always plan to do it, it's too hard to find another route. Just bulldoze that straight through there, and we just will not talk about it. We won't even visit the area. And when we've got state government ministers come anywhere near this neck of the woods, they don't breathe a word of their impending visit to this council for fear that we might somehow get a photo of them somewhere near Jalorup. They avoid us like the plague. So it's shocking, and I'm very glad that Councillor Noonan has stuck to his guns, has helped this council, and reminded us to stick to our guns, because this is, I think, the defining issue of this council since the last election. And I think Councillor Noonan, this council, have to be commended for our stand in representing, as we should be, the people of Jalorup, who are being walked all over by this monumental travesty of a planning decision. Anybody else? Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would also like to congratulate Councillor Noonan. This was very well written, well thought out, well planned, well mapped, well done. The basis of this I agree with, and this council has already agreed with, as is in the background. We've already written and made our opposition to the current path very clear. So, to reaffirm that, sure, I haven't got a problem with that at all. The pathway offered, again, I assume there must be some money issues at some levels much higher than us. It makes no sense to me that such a short, simple, straight route like Centenary Road isn't simply the obvious choice. You only need to look at that map to see how easy and how much money could be saved there, but I guess the money's been allocated, so it must be spent now. Look, this other pathway from Boyan up to just north of Capel, this is penciled in as being a ring road later. not now. That one day will be, unless another better path can be found at that time, that's penciled in for a ring road. The road that goes from Boyne up to Dardanup becomes part of that. That's why that road's gazetted so wide. That's what it's there for. You know, I hear a lot, we don't want the road on Railway Road. No, people in Boyne people in Jalora don't want it through there either, and I agree with them. I think it's terrible to be destroying that land that is on the preferred route. But I think the timing of when this railway road should be put in, I don't think that's our decision. When that road becomes necessary, it will be a state government and Main Roads call. So I thank Councillor Noonan. I like most of this, but unfortunately I can't support a demand to put in a road that we're not even sure if there's a requirement for just yet.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Andrew.
Thank you. I can't but support this motion. It ticks all the boxes for me personally. It bypasses all the sensitive environmental issues. There's no splitting of a community. I also like the aspect of it that it actually makes connectivity into the Capel town site easier, which would give an economic boost to businesses located here in town, and it also would probably act as an incentive for further development. It also is in keeping with the disparity in high vehicle numbers comparing Bustle Highway to South Western Highway. It's always interesting to note in the very, very original documentation, the bore was justified to get the heavy traffic and the heavy vehicles and to give them a better route into the up north. The language changed about 15, 20, 25 years after the original documentation was produced because they realised, and Main Roads realised, that their high vehicle numbers, there's more heavy vehicles and heavy vehicle traffic on South Western Highway than there is on Bustle Highway. So the language in the documentation changes from heavy vehicles needing a better route to tourist traffic. They've changed the wording to still justify their road. There's very, very little that was designed 50, 60 years ago in this world that we still use today, because we've realised that we can do things better, not have the negative impact on the environment that we weren't as concerned about 15 years ago. And I think that we're more enlightened in a way about what kind of a world and what kind of a place we want to leave for our children and grandchildren. I've had many conversations regarding this road with Councillor Kitchen, and the one thing that I've always said to him is that, and I've said to others, is that the destruction of that corridor through Jalora, and it may still happen, I personally can't look at my children and my grandchildren one day driving over that road and not know that I didn't do everything that I could do possible within my power to stop that destruction. And that's just where I stand. I have friends and family that are for the current bore route. I have friends and family that are against the current bore route. I try to listen to both opinions and both sides that actually communicate with me. There is more that don't like the current proposed route, but this is also largely a decision that sits best on my conscience as well. So thank you, Councillor Noonan, for the effort that's gone into putting this together.
Councillor Sciano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by saying I do not believe that the current alignment is perfect and that the current plan is perfect. In saying that, what I can't support is the suggestion here and the mapping that's been done and the proposal that's been presented by Councillor Noonan. And I'm going to talk about that in 2 points. One is from a community perspective, and the other I want to go into a bit of planning as well. I guess the first thing from a community perspective is many of us remember that in 2019, and I'm going to, I know where this conversation's going, and I'm sure you do as well, but we had an electors meeting. A motion was put to that electors meeting on, the motion was put that we shouldn't follow this alignment and it should go down this way. The motion failed, okay? That came to council. We were told a rhetoric about the fact that the election was the day afterwards, and that the statement made by the election was far outweighed the decision that was made by the special electors meeting. Now, I disagree with that, and I will continue to disagree with that. I went through and read councillors' 150-word summaries in their voting pack the other day that they presented in 2019. And with full congratulations to Councillor Noonan as a politician who's continuing to fight for what he wrote in his 150 words. I was told that the election was a reflection of the community's view on the ball, but it was only Councillor Noonan as one of the 4 new councillors that actually wrote about the ball in their 150 words. Now, for that reason, and for what happened in front of my very own eyes in the hall in Boyanup, the community has made it very clear and has made a decision that they don't support this proposal. Now, secondly, what this proposal does is it takes a problem that we have, and I recognise that it is a problem, and as I said, it's not a perfect alignment, and it shifts that problem. We shift it away from the residents and the fauna and the flora that is in Jallurup, and we shift that problem to Boyanup, and we put it on the doorsteps of the farmers, the multi-generational farmers along Railway Road. We put it on the doorsteps and through the backyard of the farmers who are around that proposed alternative route, the bypass in Boyanup. We're shifting the problem. We're simply shifting the problem. But the difference is here, we're talking about multi-generational farmers. Farmers who have been there for hundreds of years, their fathers, their grandfathers, their great-grandfathers. Now, that's a community thing, that's an emotive debate. Take it as you will, that's how I feel about the issue. From a planning perspective, I've got a few fundamental issues with the actual proposal itself. Now, firstly, the connection from the Bore to Centenary Road. Now, the idea of a bypass and one of freeway standard is to allow for the free flow of traffic. So the proposal that we've got here brings that traffic to a stop or to a slow, sends it through a roundabout. It's not free flowing. Now all of a sudden what we're doing is undermining the rest of the proposal in the northern section and the central section, and we're basically slowing that traffic. We're preventing the flow. We're bottlenecking the flow. Now secondly, with that potential, and we've said, obviously the Bore is not going to create new vehicles. It's not going to create new vehicles. There's been 2 log rollovers this year that would not have occurred if they had taken the Bunbury Outer Ring Road to Willengy Drive. So we've got the one out of front of Dale up this week. Obviously very thankful that no one was hurt or significantly harmed. And we've had the other log truck rollover on Roberts Drive earlier this year, which was very close to a vehicle being squashed. Now, what this does is this plan keeps the log trucks going past Dale up. The people will take the shortest route, and the shortest route will be through Centenary Road. It does not alleviate the traffic issue. Yes, it does not make new traffic. We know that. The modelling says that the traffic's not going to increase significantly for a long time. But instead of bypassing the community of Dale up with 10,000 residents, the traffic will go past Dale up as it does currently, and the bypass completely undermines the concept of that. Now, secondly, intersections and safety. As I said, we're not. This plan here, the map that's in front of me and the proposals that are made here in these points, create new intersections that aren't free-flowing, that aren't considered properly, and they are safety hazards, all right? We're trying to move traffic efficiently. Now, I don't agree that it should completely bypass Bunbury. I think the actual flow of traffic should be the other way. I think the traffic should flow into Bunbury and people should jump off the thing and take off. that's another emotive debate about tourism and many other things. Now, from another planning perspective, grade separations at Norton Promenade and Hastings Road, there's no consideration for the fact that there's meant to be future provisions for the extension of Portobello Road out to Bustle Highway. The other thing is if you did want to create a free-flowing intersection on and off ramp from Centenary Road to Bustle Highway, you'd also have to consider all the homes, the land that would have to be assumed, the amount of space that it takes to do that. As I said, we're just shifting the problem that we've got now and taking it elsewhere. I'm also really confused because I've had the opportunity to meet with some people from, from the Friendships of Jalora corridor, as I do, and many different things that I've done. And I'm hearing mixed messages from them. I'm hearing that this is there's a division within the group, and this has sort of been taken off, and this is leading elsewhere, and someone else is leading this. So I'm very confused about the community's perception of this. The community sent a pretty clear message to us in 2019 anyway. But from the planning perspective, I can't see how this will work. And the basalt thing, and I get basalt is such an important asset, but we had that item come before council, and I'm very happy, I understand and respect why that's there. But some of the terms that were used in that report were super pit. So, okay, so we don't want a freeway out the back of Jalora, but we're okay for there to be a super pit. We're okay for mine sites to join up. And I said that back then, but I'm not okay for a super pit for the mine sites to set up out the back of Jalora, join up together and create a giant big hole in the ground a couple of 100 metres in the community. But I'm running out of time. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to leave it there. Councillors, as I said, I completely understand, this is not a perfect corridor. This current situation is not perfect. But this is not the alternative. This is not the alternative. So, in conclusion, councillors, I ask you not to support the motion.
Just a minute, because you've said some things there that I can't allow. I hope I won't be allowing without question. I want to move a procedural motion that we suspend such part of standing orders as are necessary to allow more than one contribution to the debate. Seconded, Councillor Clues. Those in favour? Those against? So it's carried 5-1. So great. So I'll have another go because there was some outrageous propositions put. Let me see if I can tackle them one by one. The first one, the most egregious part of the most recent contribution to the debate was this idea that in 2019 we went to a public meeting and there was an overwhelming vote in favour of push the ball through Jalora. That's not what happened. There was a vote taken at that meeting which was stacked and it narrowly passed. And then I would draw your I would draw your attention to a previous meeting, the first meeting we had about the bore, which was, you would have been in attendance at. I was definitely in attendance at. I think most of us were. And the very first meeting of the board was at the Jalora Community Centre, and it was filled to overflowing. More than 200 people there. Almost unanimous against this outrageous proposition, except for one person. There was one person there. There were many speakers. One person spoke in favour of, yes, push the ball through the Jalora corridor. But nearly everyone else there was against. Unfortunately, votes weren't taken. But it was the reason the votes weren't taken was there was almost unanimous. Apart from one person, there was almost unanimous support for the proposition that it shouldn't go through the Jalora corridor. That was loud and clear. And then, just because in the 150-word statements that the candidates at the election wrote, you call out, you say, Councillor Noonan went to the last election with his 150-word statement and he talked about the bore. The 150-word statements do not comprise the entirety of the campaigning that was done by the candidates who were successful at that election. Their campaigning took numerous forms rather than just a 150-word statement that was put on the paper that went with the ballots. And the candidates that got elected, all of them, apart from yourself, Councillor Sciano, campaigned strongly against the Boer. Each and every one of them in their campaigning made it quite clear on Facebook, wherever they spoke, that they were against the proposed route of the Boer down the Jallurup corridor, and they were elected resoundingly. And as I recall, yourself, Councillor Sciano, yourself, who sat on the fence on the issue, you were the last councillor elected with the least number of votes. So that was the mandate that this council got from the last election, and using that mandate, we've come in here and we've been consistent in our opposition to this project the way it is currently planned. So your contribution to the debate, thank you for it. It was passionate. Let me go to the other areas. Oh yeah, there's a roundabout there somewhere. I'm sure Councillor Noonan is not a surveyor, he's not an engineer. He's drawn a map, right? And you've picked out, oh, there's a roundabout there. There won't be a roundabout. There'll be a slip lane. There'll be slip lanes, right? It won't be, I'm sure that main roads, if the government said to them, that's your route, go down the Centenary Road Reserve, would produce a great design which would allow the free flow of traffic. They are not going to be tied to lines drawn on a map by Councillor Noonan and put in a roundabout just because Councillor Noonan said so. That's a ridiculous proposition. So, in summing up, what I'm trying to say, and why I wanted another contribution to the debate, was that I think a lot of furphies have been raised in your contribution, and this council, since that last election, has been resolute in its stand against this board, despite all the opposition, and the logic that we've used and the arguments that we've used have stood up and are endorsed by the majority of people in this community.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things briefly, and perhaps for the first one, the acting CEO through the chair might be able to help me out. As I understand it, those log trucks are quite large vehicles, 2 trailers. They travel only on approved paths.
That is my understanding, Councillor.
Thank you, that's what I thought. So the fact that they're through Dale would be very easily amended at any time anyway.
What about the ones through Boyna?
Yeah, anyhow, so but yeah, I also wanted to touch on the this issue of making some kinds of statements or claims about the things that I ran on as a councillor. I'm quite disappointed to start with that this seems to be really personalising an issue and going so far away from any relevant fact of the matter to point of almost being offensive. Councillor Southwell was exactly correct. There's 150 words. Believe it or not, I didn't run as a one-issue candidate. And also he was correct. I was very, very clear, very, very publicly, very, very often in my opposition to the current path of the Boer, and I believe my fellow new councillors were the same.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councillor Andrew.
I would just like to clear up, I was the same as Councillor Clues. No, I don't remember actually writing about the Boer in my 150-word blurb, but I'm pretty sure I talked about responsible economic, responsible development, environmentally responsible development. The current route certainly does not tick any of those boxes. And I would have to say the same as Councillor Clues. I was very clear on Facebook whenever I spoke to someone that I did not like the Southern Boer alignment. And just one other quick thing, when the Boer is built, in the documentation, it's my understanding that main roads are going to alter the GRV rating so that they are no longer allowed to travel up Bustle Highway, and that would be a very easy way that main roads, perhaps even at the request of us if they don't instigate it themselves, could force the heavy vehicles onto the outer ring road. if you're so concerned about the residents of Dalyellup safety. Councillor Sciano.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak again. In committee.
When I give you the call, you may speak.
It's actually suspended.
When I give you the call,
Yep,
you may
I'm
speak.
calling for it.
You're misunderstanding me, Councillor Sciano. I'm the presiding member of this meeting, and you're out of order, because when I give you the call, you may speak, not when you call to speak. I might give you the call when I'm ready. I would like to speak again on the issue. Just to point out something I forgot to say in rebuttal to your quite long contribution that I allowed to go over time to this debate already, which was you picked out a couple of accidents with log trucks on the road going past Dalyellup.
Point of order. Sorry, Mr. President. Point of order. I'd like to just move it to the vote. I'd like to move it to a vote.
Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? No. So as I was saying, the Councillor Sciano raised the issue of a couple of log truck incidents on the road going past the 4-lane highway with a separation in the middle of it, going past Dalyellup. There's another 2-lane highway that goes right through the middle of Bushfire that has log trucks going up and down it every day. So I think that if we're going to be tackling the issue of potential log truck accidents, that would be the place to start. Councillor Sciano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to admit it is an absolute honour to be able to call, well, not cause offence, but able to have the President move us into committee so that he can contribute again is fantastic. Now, I just have to clarify a few incorrect things that were stated about me. As former Councillor Hearn in the gallery would remember, I was actually at those Dalyellup meetings that were held at the community hall.
I'd like to move a procedural motion.
And
I'd like to, sorry, I'm speaking. I'd like to move a procedural motion. I move that we now put the matter to the vote. Do I have a seconder? No? No seconder? Okay, continue,
yes,
Councillor
so
Sciano, but
so
confine your remarks to the issue that we're talking about rather than the last election.
I will confine them to the issues that we are talking about. So yes, I did attend those meetings. I was in attendance of those, in quite a number of them as well. I go and I listen. I was also in attendance of the meeting that was held at Elgin Hall with approximately about 250 residents from without the farming community and Bushfire. And again, I think if you'd taken, using the President's example, if you'd taken a consensus from that meeting, I'd be very confident to say that I couldn't even pick one that was probably happy to have the ball run through their farms and through Bushfire. So again, you know, I was at attendance of that. I was also at attendance of the meetings at Dalyellup. Now, Councillor Noonan has explained to me that this is a staged approach and that the very first and primary stage of that is the connection at Centenary Road. Now, maybe with the introduction of dealing with the permits for trucks and so on, eventually when the road is at standard between Bushfire and so on, that will potentially be the heavy vehicle route as what this plans to do, but doesn't obviously address the meantime. Now, I understand that this is obviously a position, and again, but this is the position that we've been asked to endorse. And so what is presented in front of me, I have to take what's been presented in front of me. The President has said it. The councillor here who, as I said, commend his ongoing work in this space. It's something he is passionate about. It's something he's fought about, and I fully respect that. And as I said, I was expecting, and I wanted to very clearly say that my points at the beginning were emotive, because they are emotive. They're about people's livelihoods. Obviously, that's triggered something within councillors, and it's an honour as a councillor to have to bring us into committee so that we can have a bit of a punching bag session. But yeah, this is what I'm being asked to represent as our position, and this is the drawings that are here. and I've made very clear points about the planning. The fact that we've come into committee, I think, is very unfortunate, and to use this as an opportunity to create a punching bag for them is absolutely is appalling. So thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak again, though I do appreciate that.
Okay, I move that we come out of committee. Seconded Councillor Andrew. Those in favour? Everyone in favour? And now I believe, unless Councillor Mogg would like to contribute, I believe it's up to Councillor Noonan to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank all of the councillors for their various contributions. I appreciate the passion and also the thought that all of you have put to this issue. I suppose I'd like to conclude by saying that I've been a teacher for half my life, and my concern is very much future focused. It's about the so this is a legacy motion. It's what we leave. It's what we bequest to our children and to our grandchildren. I'm a humanities teacher, so economics is my gig, and we haven't really spoken very much about economics other than a little bit about the tourist potential and that sort of stuff. The value of the basalt. One of the points that was raised in previous motion that we all agreed with at this table was the state and federal government modelling from state and federal government departments, not Mr. Noonan doing it on the back of an envelope or on PowerPoint or whatever. State and federal government reports that indicate, that predict that over 30,000 homes and businesses from Bunbury to Busselton will be at risk of inundation by the end of this century. So within 79 years, okay, 30,000 homes and businesses will be at risk of inundation from coastal erosion by the end of the century. Councillor Ciano has probably got a reasonable chance of seeing a good proportion of that occurring. That's the reason. That's my main reason why I'm most passionate about this. The reason for this motion is because we've thrown this back to main roads twice. We've thrown it back on the environmental grounds. It's crazy to ruin one of the best tourism assets for the Shire. And we've thrown it back on this economic argument that this is the future of our children, of your grandchildren. It's the future of this Shire. Last year we lost 12 metres of beach just south of Forest Beach. 12 metres gone in. Now it builds up, it goes. All of you will remember the Dalyell stairs when they were ripped, the foundations were pulled apart. We're going to see a lot more of that. Our children are going to see a lot more of that. If we don't start preparing now, or at least making the provision for that coastal mitigation, we are leaving them a horrible legacy. That's why I think a super pit is actually a good thing. Because that shows that we're actually using the resources that are there rather than building a road over the top of them and sterilising them or completely wasting them. So, councillors, I thank you for your contributions. We've thrown this back to main roads twice. Both times they've just completely ignored our suggestions. They have instead spent millions of dollars of taxpayers' money, your money, buying more and more properties to expand a corridor that was too narrow to fit through a 4-lane freeway anyway, without EPA approval, either state or federal. So Main Roads has made it very clear that they're going to completely ignore us. That's why we need to use every avenue that we can to send a very, very clear message to the state government and to the federal government that this is simply the wrong place. It's a great road. We want the road. We want something to go through. Let's put it on existing infrastructure corridors that are already there. It is a shorter amount of new road to go on this new proposal, and I would encourage councillors to support the motion. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes.
Sorry. Conduct of members, but 7.4 and 7.5. I'm of the belief that Councillor Sciano reflected adversely on my character by making claims that I don't believe to be true regarding my intentions. That would come under 7.42A. Also, then 7.5, a member must not use offensive or objectionable expressions in reference to any member or employee or other person. I believe Councillor Sciano commented that the council, by moving to no standing orders, that we were intentionally creating some kind of punching bag situation. I don't find that appropriate at all.
Yes, Councillor Clues, your point of order is noted. I just inquire whether Councillor Sciano wishes to say anything, or if he doesn't, then we just we'll note it and move on.
Oh yes, I guess as I said, I knew that some of those issues would be emotive, Councillor Clues, and you know they were not directed at you as an individual. As for the offensive language regarding 7.5 and the term of punching bag, that is how I feel that the use of committee was used. And
point of order.
I'm not willing to.
Yeah,
Mr. President, he's doubling down.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
not
Okay, so
willing.
we'll leave it there, I think, because all he's done is repeat the.
I'd ask that
the
you make a
phrase.
7.6 direction to withdraw.
I won't in this case, so I don't want to inflame the situation anymore. I think we'll just move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? I carried 4-2 was what I got, but I'll try again. Those in favour?
Sorry, of the motion or moving to the vote?
No. Those in favour of motion 11.1 as moved by Councillor Noonan. This is what we do. We put things to the vote, and we ask first if you're in favour, and then I'll ask whether you're against. So I'm asking, who is in favour of Councillor Noonan's motion at 11.1? Who is against? That's 3-3, and I'll use the casting vote to make it carried. We move on. To 11.2. Eleven point two is the following. That as part of Council's commitment to delivery of local roads and community infrastructure Stage 3 project, the proposed drainage, curbing and local traffic management upgrades of Hasties Road between SLK 0.0, which is the intersection, and SLK 1.66, which is 1.66 kilometres down the road, at an estimated construction cost of $383,487 be nominated. 2, that all necessary administrative, documentary and other preparatory works required by the CEO in order to ensure delivery of the project within the stipulated timeframes of the LRCI Stage 3 program be authorised. And 3, the amount of $32,000 for preparation of final design documentation be considered in the 2021-22 draft budget. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Noonan, thank you. This, just by way of explanation, this is us nominating this project, which I believe has been long sitting idle as a project on our books, but not put forward for any grants because it hasn't there hasn't been the available grants. Is in simple summary. If you turn off Bustle Highway into Hasties Road in Jallurup, you'll notice a little way down the road that there on the left-hand side there's no curb there, and on the right-hand side for a short distance there's no curb there. There's various bits of gravel and sand and things that get washed down onto the road, and in short, it looks like a dog's breakfast and has done for a long time, and it's well overdue that at least, and this is fundamentally curbing the road and bringing it up to a normal standard that you would find anywhere else in the Shire. So I commend it to you. Anyone like to speak for or against? For or against, Councillor? Procedural motion. Procedural motion, Councillor Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the following procedural motion, understanding orders 12.1a, that the motion be deferred until the ordinary council meeting of July 2021 to allow the acting CEO to prepare a report on other eligible projects.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Andrew. Put that one to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? So that's carried 6-2. $11.4. 3, sorry. Buoying up sale yards. Do I have a mover? Oh, I'm the mover. Sorry. I move that the authority granted to Councillor Murray Scott at the ordinary council meeting of the council meeting of 27 November 2019, which was resolution 195 of 2019, to that Councillor Scott work with the CEO to negotiate the terms of the lease relating to the buoying up cattle sale yards be revoked. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Noonan. Yeah, the reason the reason basically for this motion you'll find in the declarations of interest tonight, which was that Councillor Scott declared an interest when we coming up. We'll be debating the issue of the buoying up sale yards. He declares an interest in that he is or has some interest, some financial interest in cattle grazing and selling cattle, which means he has a financial conflict of interest. So I was unaware. I think council may have been unaware when this happened, and now that we are aware, it is proper that that somebody else without a interest, in fact just the council, take carriage of this matter. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I endorse your comments. This motion is in no way an adverse reflection on Councillor Scott. or on the work that he has already done. However, what it does do is it removes the possibility of an adverse decision being, or reflection being made, or suggestion that Councillor Scott has in any way acted inappropriately. So it's actually, and this has come with advice, that that this is in fact a good motion because it removes Councillor Scott from what could potentially have been a conflict of interest, and the matter for the sale yards will come up as a whole of council decision later on. The sale yard lease comes up later on in the agenda tonight, so this motion just makes sense.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the motion? If not, Councillor Clunes?
Question through the chair, if I may.
Sure.
Would be interested to hear the CEO's thoughts on this.
Acting CEO, would you care to, well, I'd rather you put a question rather than just ask the CEO to talk.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, thanks for the opportunity. I have discussed this notice of motion with Councillor Scott, and I think the comments that are on the agenda that this is a safe option to take should be heeded. I'll remind Councillor that I can't give any advice about whether or not the disclosure of interest needs to be made or otherwise, but my earlier comments just then still stand.
Councillor Clues?
Thank you. My apologies for what could have been perceived as involving the acting CEO in a debate, but there's a bit of a lack of certain fact on the matter in this, so yeah, without some kind of help from the CEO, I wouldn't have known what to do, so appreciated.
Okay, well, we'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? I think that's carried 5-3. Thank you. 11.4. Would anyone like to move 11.4? Councillor Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the following motion, that appreciation to... so that's actually the title. That on behalf of the Council and community of the Shire of Capel, our appreciation is given to Honorary Freeman of the Shire, Mr. Julian Sanders, OAM, and to Mrs. Valerie Sanders for their dedication and commitment to service over the past 4 decades in editing and writing for the Boyne Up Post since its inception in 1980.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. President. The background information I've attached to that motion speaks for itself. It's a huge service they have done. They've been in the community for a very long time. They've done many great things across the district, but this is certainly a standout achievement. The Boyne Up Post has filled that local news gap in the Boyne Up and Elgin districts, and it is a publication that I know does make its way around the rest of the district. Julian himself has been with it since its foundation in 1980, and once he took over the editorial duties of it in 1992, his wife Valerie started writing then as well, and they have done that every month since. Never missed a deadline. I know they've missed holidays and those sorts of things just to make it back in time to meet that deadline, and that's why I just think service like that to our community, keeping people informed, is something that needs to be acknowledged and congratulated. So I commend the motion to the chamber.
Absolutely, I endorse those remarks. Anyone else? We can put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any questions of which previous notice has been given?
No, Mr. Chairman.
We shall move to item 13.1, the policy review on publications. Do I have a mover? The proposal is to revoke the policy from the Shire Policy Manual. Do I have a mover? Councillor Clues. Seconded. Councillor Andrew. Nothing? put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's done. That's carried unanimously. Okay, 13.2, the policy review of the legal representation costs and indemnification for councillors and employees. The proposal, Councillor Clues is moving. As read, to review. Seconded, Councillor Kitchen. Councillor Clues.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank the acting CEO and the officers responsible for amending these policies over and over again. But it's great to see some of the wording, and this one's a pretty good example. The wording's just been much more rationalised and makes the document much easier to read, and it's a lot more friendly document. So I thank the staff for putting some heart into that.
Okay, anyone else? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? I think that's... Can we have that again? Those in favour? Those against? That's carried 7-1. Councillor Andrew dissenting. Let me see. 13.2. Have a declaration. 13.3. It's my mistake. Sorry. Hungarian hesitation. 13.3 is tonight's motion on the Buoyant sale yards. Do I have a mover? Councillor Sciano. Have a seconder? Councillor Andrew. Councillor Sciano.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I guess when approaching this motion, there's obviously two key things to consider. I think the first one is that council's not being asked to actually sign a lease at this point, or to engage that lease. But council is, and I think point two is obviously council is, through this motion, obviously letting the community know that we intend to renew that lease. But what I mean with point one is obviously what we're doing is inviting submissions on that lease, and I understand there is some community, well, there are some concerns from other livestock agents and others in the community about the competition concerns and other people wanting access to that. I think that what this motion does is obviously set up the process for those submissions to be made formally. A number of those submissions have obviously been made, well, some of those submissions or those comments have already been made to council. On the second point of obviously identifying if it is council's desire to potentially or does intend to renew the lease, as I said last month, I do support the renewal of the lease. Now, firstly, we have to consider, of course, that the lease is on the title. It's not on the sale yards. The sale yards itself and the infrastructure, from the steel to the ramps to the weighbridge, and all the other assets, the future ablutions block and the cafeteria and stuff like that, is all owned by Walser, who have invested that capital into that site. It's also across two different titles, of course. It's obviously also with the Department of Transport, with the rail corridor there, with ARC, and not only that title is not up for renewal as well. So I definitely think that it should be council's view that we continue that lease. Not only that, we heard earlier today in questions, and some repeat the questions from last month as well. I think it's worth addressing, obviously, that from last month, obviously the comment on the referral of the ACCC, or a submission's been made by an interested competition. At the end of the day, it's alleged. I don't know if it's fully appropriate for me to make a decision on a submission that's been made to the ACCC that has not been investigated. At the moment, all that is a receival of that complaint. But also, I think the risk is incredibly high as well. I think the risk of the infrastructure being removed from the site is incredibly high, and I wouldn't want to play around or play games with this. Walser have identified to us that they're open to the idea of subletting, and they've attempted to meet some sort of commercial agreement with other agents previously without success, what they have informed us. I remember this actually coming to council 5 years ago, and we had these exact discussions. It might be before some of the time other councils, but I think it was pretty early on in my tenure as well. But also, you know, I think there are concerns environmentally, and I think there are concerns over the welfare and other things at the site. You know, the plan to invest an additional $6 to $10 million from that lessee, I think I invite with quite open arms. The investment that they're going to make, and they've obviously got some identify that there's some improvements that need to be made. So yeah, I think the risk associated with not going ahead with the lease is incredibly high. But I think that this process really is about opening that submission process formally, and you know, council can we can make that decision after we've reviewed all of the submissions on whether or not to proceed with that. So yeah, looking for council support on the officer's recommendation.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that the motion be deferred to the July ordinary meeting of council. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clues. My reason for moving this procedural motion is that I think tonight, if we debate this tonight, there are too many unanswered questions in the background to this. We've heard a lot of information earlier tonight with briefings that we had. There are a lot of competing ideas. There's a lot of conjecture around the issues, and there's a lot of, I detect there's a little bit of heat in the issues at the moment, and that's why we shouldn't do things in the heat of the moment, so to speak. I believe that we councillors have learnt more today, probably knew a lot about the issue before today, but then learnt more today about the issue. And as we learn more, we see that there are a lot of questions that still have to be resolved. We have the CCC issue that we need to understand a bit better. We have the actual ownership of the infrastructure on the land to understand better, because it is I've been informed that the lease leases the land and infrastructure to the lessee. Now we're told that the lessee owns all the infrastructure. Well, why would an entity be paying a lease on something that they already owned? That is confusing me, and I haven't had a satisfactory answer. I'd like us to get some legal advice on that if we could. I'll pursue that if the procedural motion is successful. There are some other issues as well about the competition and the relationships between the people involved, and why what everyone would seem on the surface to be a sensible outcome is to have everyone allowed to use the sale yards. Why that can't be achieved, I'm just not convinced by some of the arguments I'm hearing. So I'm proposing that we defer for another month, and we all inform ourselves a little bit more. And there's no more debate. We have to put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's tied, so I'll use my casting vote, and it's carried. Just excuse me for a minute while I take some advice. Okay, so we're moving on now to item 13.4, which is the vexed question of the Diabolone Vista basketball court. And with that, similarly with that motion, we've lost a quorum. We're still in a meeting, so if you're leaving, can you just do so in as orderly as fashion as possible, so I can continue. We're moving to 13.4. Could I ask the gallery to either, if they want to talk, can you talk outside? Because we're still going. 13.4, Darbalone Vista Basketball Court, and I'm going to move also, I think it's procedural, is it procedural? Procedural, same procedural motion that this one be deferred to the next meeting of council. No, make it the September meeting of ordinary meeting of council. I have a second to David Clues, Councillor Clues, and I'm going to explain my reasons, and that is that a new backboard has been put in place, I understand, and so far getting some good reviews. We're going to check that that's going to do the trick. If not, we're going to look at some solutions for the surface of the actual half court. But we seem to be on the right track to resolving this issue without having to remove the basketball court, so that's great news. And we'll get some further feedback between now and September and assess this matter in September. Those in favour? Against? That's carried 7-1. We're moving now to 14.13.14.1. I'm lost. Here we are. Ah, 14.1, Infrastructure and Development Reports. Do I have a mover for 14.1? That's Councillor Noonan. Seconder, Councillor Sciano. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation that the tender submitted by Site Architecture Studio Proprietary Limited for $256,500, excluding GST, as detailed in tender number 21/07, for the architectural consultancy services for the proposed Dalyellop Multipurpose Community and Youth Centre project be accepted. And number 2, that the unbudgeted expenditure of $256,500 for the architectural consultancy services of the Dalyellop Multipurpose Community and Youth Centre project be authorised.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? I'll second it. Councillor Sciano beat me to it. He's the seconder. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a wonderful project. It's great that we've got this opportunity. I appreciate the work that the Shire officers and the councillors involved in the committee and other members from other departments have already put in, including going and visiting other sites to inform the scope of that proposal, and I think that we're well and truly on track. So I encourage the council to support this motion.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Clues, did you have a question? No, I thought you had a question. I think the seconder gets a crack first. No? Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for jumping in there. I really just want to point out that this is $250,000 of unbudgeted expenditure. That's equal to about 2% of the Shire's rates. That's all I wanted to add.
Councillor Sciano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think just to address that, my understanding is that that is being funded by the money that is being released for this proposal. It's just that that money is in the next budget, so it is considered unbudgeted expenditure, but it's not money that the Shire hasn't received or doesn't have for this project. Obviously, the entirety of the project being funded by the state government.
Doesn't sound like a debate, but anyway, anyone else wishing to speak for or against? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? I'll have to do that again. Those in favour? Those against? Carried 7-1. Councillor Clues opposed. 14.2, the tender for supply and delivery of 2 combination 6x4 side end tipper trucks. Do I have a mover? Councillor Kitchen. Seconded, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Kitchen.
Moved as read, Mr. President.
Okay. Anyone else? Put it to the vote. Those in favour. Carried unanimously. 14.3, the Waste Options Paper and Strategic Recommendations for the Regional Alternate Waste Project. Do I have a mover? Councillor Kitchen. Seconded, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this is an issue I've been following, well, at least since I was elected. I'm quite happy to support this document, this recommendation, and the process that it has gone through. I remember back when I was first elected in 2017, I went to a meeting at the City of Bustleton, where this sort of work was just at its beginnings, and to see it now in the document that we have received, I know that a hell of a lot of work has gone into that. I don't think it's a secret that for efficient, cost-effective and sustainable waste management for the region going forward is going to need the region to work together. This document quite clearly spells that out, and it's about delivering the best possible solution to one of the things in life that we just can't avoid, which is our waste. So, yeah, the solutions offered are quite clearly spelled out in there. I'm very happy to support them. Look forward to seeing it go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan. Anybody else wishing to speak for or against? We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We're moving to 14.5, which is Lot 1, Capel Drive, Capel, the local structure plan. Are we? No? 14.4? Sorry. Happy to keep you amused. This is the Meadowbrook Lifestyle Village Development Application Amendment to remove the need for development approval, developer contributions. Do I have a mover? Councillor Noonan. Seconded? Councillor Mogg. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we had the... I'll read the motion. Move the officer's recommendation that in accordance with clause 68(2)(b) of the deemed provisions in planning and development local planning schemes regulation 2015.
Sorry, Councillor Noonan. Could you just push your microphone a little bit? Pull it towards you. Pull the microphone towards you. You can move them towards you. Get it quite close. Get it quite close.
Okay.
And give us a great rendition.
That development approval be granted to delete condition 9 as an amendment to planning consent for the lifestyle village at lot 201 Turner Street, Boynup, as determined by the council at its 23rd September 2015 ordinary meeting. And that 2, the applicant be advised that condition 9 of the Greater Bunbury Region Scheme planning approval for the lifestyle village at lot 201 Turner Street, Boynup, as determined by the council at its ordinary meeting held 23rd September 2015, is no longer required to be complied with.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Oh, it was Councillor Mogg, sorry. Yes. Is there anything you'd like to add, Councillor Noonan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Following the presentation that we had from Mr. Hassel, I concur with the officer's recommendation. This is a contribution that hasn't been required from any other developer, hasn't been given by any other developer in Boynup. It's no longer required for any future developer in Boynup to be given. It's only given at a rate of just over $1,300 or $1,700 for each lot, or as it's given. So it's not as though it's an enormous amount of money that's, you know, likely to come in at any time soon. So I think in terms of equity, I think it is a fair and reasonable thing for us to accept the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Mogg has indicated she doesn't wish to contribute. So I will speak against that motion because I'm still of the view that these developer contributions are proper and needed and a great thing for the Shire. And I don't see just because that the people involved or the business involved at the moment has financial difficulties, that's any reason for us to just pull back these things now. I believe that when its day comes, when the time is right, this will be a successful development, and there will be buyers for whatever they're offering. And I think the buyers will accept that there might be some sort of small premium in there to assist the rest of the community with providing the infrastructure and development that they need. I think developer contributions are a great idea. I think we'll be back there one day soon. They might have lapsed, for want of a better word, recently, but due to economic circumstances. But I think one day they'll be back again, and they'll be an important component of our money raising, so that we can provide the services we provide. So I just don't see the financial problems of the developer as being enough of a rationale for council to abandon its policy position in this case. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Councillor Clues?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question, if I may, through the chair. I'm curious, what is the money that was penciled in as being the developer's contribution? What was that tied into actually building or creating? What facilities, what services, what paths, what networks?
Well, I'll ask the acting CEO, but if the acting CEO doesn't have it on the top of his head, I can look through the background material myself. Mr. Green can help. Grieve can help us. Mr. Grieve can help us.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Clues, the problem with this is that these funds weren't received for any particular project, as there wasn't a developer contribution plan in place at the time, just as there isn't one, well, with particular, so as it doesn't exist, they weren't flagged for a particular thing. So in the condition that's on the approval, it doesn't state they'll be specifically used for any particular project.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think that being the case, and that was kind of the gist I had of it, that there is a time and a place for the developer's contribution, and the idea is that it should help to create the services connected to and required by any development. We haven't really got anything for this one, as I understand it. So there's not really anything for the money anyway. I think it's no problem. Happy with the recommendation.
Okay, anyone else wishing to contribute to the debate? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried 5-2, I believe. We can have, can we have Councillor Kitchen back? We've lost him. I was just thinking that. let's adjourn for 10 minutes. Let's adjourn until 20 past the hour. Okay, we're about to reconvene. I'll reopen the meeting at 8:20, and unless I'm mistaken, we're moving to 14.5 Lot 1 Capel Drive, Capel, the local structure plan. The recommendation is there. Do I have a mover? Councillor Clues. Seconder? Councillor Kitchen. Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of points. I apologise, Sebastian, I didn't get your last name earlier, it wasn't on the screen, but thank you for your comments earlier. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on that. There was a mention that Council was positive about our discussions on this item, and that was exactly correct. Of course, I would suspect Council would often be positive on developments and benefits to the Shire, but we did also have several concerns. And they did centre a lot around traffic management and safety concerns and all these sorts of things that basically are the things mentioned by staff in their reports. I actually also suggested at least one time that perhaps separating the residential from the service station lots might have been beneficial, but the choice was there to make, and the choice was taken to keep the two together. This was always going to put at risk that only one had to fail for the whole thing to fail. So unfortunately, that was a risk that was there to be taken, and that was the risk that was chosen. So it is disappointing because I am a bit of a fan of the residential aspect of this application. But again, without something else we discussed was we really needed Main Roads' involvement and some recommendation from them and some report from them onto what their long-term outlook for our highway network looked like at Capel. If they had any solutions to access and egress from Capel, we really needed all that stuff to come in for this to work, in my opinion. And that was the hope by getting this on the table, at least, that Main Roads would get involved and we'd hear about what their plans are and that sort of thing. But we just haven't. So unfortunately, without some solid plan for how we alleviate the safety concerns around Capel's access, I could not possibly deny the staff's report. I think they're spot on.
Thank you. Councillor Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with a lot of the comments there by Councillor Clues. I share a lot of the same sentiment. It's rather, I am disappointed to not see this and get up, but I understand the reasons why. I mean, it being a development that is generally consistent with our town planning scheme and our proposed local planning scheme, as well as the Greater Bunbury Region scheme, it's sort of something that you think, oh, that's good, it's got merit, but there are a few issues there that stem out of it, which just haven't been adequately enough addressed yet. And while I agree with some of the commentary that was provided earlier that some of the issues like sound attenuation can be dealt with later on down with the individual developments in there, well, that's okay. You build your house and you have it soundproofed or whatever built to standard, but what happens when you open the front door? And that's I think where it's coming from, that yes, your individual development might be okay, but the overall amenity of the area is not. And noise has become quite a issue that needs to be addressed in these developments. It's something that sort of just can't be overlooked anymore simply because it's a development next to a highway. So I do agree. I would have liked to have seen a bit more negotiation from Main Roads and that to get this done, and I'm disappointed to hear that if this gets up, it might be the end of this proposal. So I certainly hope that's not the case. I'd like to see development in Capel that rounds off the town go forward. But until these few issues are addressed, I do concur with the recommendation of the officers that we just probably shouldn't approve it at this time.
Anyone else wishing to contribute? Councillor Andrew?
Thank you. I actually will vote against the council, the recommendation. I think the main roads upgrading intersection issue versus development is a bit chicken and egg. What's going to come first, the chicken or the egg? I don't think main roads have any real incentive to upgrade the intersection or make any improvements without development. But then I understand that that may mean that we do have an increase in population before those upgrades are done. But I do think without the development, main roads have no incentive. I like the development. I don't think anything else is going to go there. I understand the conversations about the changing of the amenity, of the country style amenity at that intersection. But you know, the intersection I think will still be upgraded, and arguably that's not going to be very country style amenity type either. As for the noise issues, you know, people's houses back onto the freeway with sound walls pretty much the entire length of the freeway. It wouldn't be my cup of tea to live there in a soundproofed house or open my door to the sound of traffic. Lots of people obviously don't mind it, and I guess realistically that's a commercial decision. If the developer feels that they can put those lots in and people are going to buy them and not mind about soundproofing their homes and all those noise issues, that's not for me to say. That's a commercial decision, and people will either buy them or they won't. But I actually think this development is really good for the local community. I think it would bring economic benefits, not just by the increase in population, but also the commercial area. And I realise that will bring competition to some of the businesses that are in the main street. But, you know, competition's not always such a bad thing. So I'll be voting against the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I'd also speak on similar lines, very similar lines, against the recommendation. I think it's that when we sit down as a council and we say we're going to give the thumbs down to development, which is going to bring activity and bring people and increase the economic viability of one of our towns, there better be a very, very good reason for it. And we've heard tonight from developer in or the receiver of a development in Boynup that you know they've gone to the wall. So things, you know, it isn't an easy thing to stick your neck out and do a development. And in this case, we've got a good development in front of us. We like the sound of it. We've encouraged the developers to put this forward, and then it seems to me that we're rejecting it on a couple of issues that aren't really fundamental issues to the development itself. You've got the traffic. The traffic is an issue that you know, I think it's an issue that those sort of things need to be resolved. Of course, they need to be resolved with the help of the developer, but fundamentally, the safety of people's exiting and entering the freeway is the responsibility of main roads, and the traffic issues locally are probably our responsibilities. Then you've got, I agree with Councillor Andrew, the issue of noise. I don't think that unless it's a huge problem, is a huge problem that arises for an existing development, then it becomes our problem. But when you've got a greenfield site and there is obviously going to be some traffic noise, obviously the people who decide whether they'd like to live there or not will take that into account when they make their decision. And it's not for us to intervene preemptively on their part and say, no, you can't live there, it'll be too noisy. So I agree. I don't support this. I think we should either just try some more conditions, see if that resolves the issues that the planners still may have. But I don't think we should just reject it like this. Anyone else? Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting for the officer's recommendation. I note in the background minutes under on page 80 where in their response to the proposal, Main Roads fundamentally objected to the proposal on two main grounds. I'll read the second one. That was that the proposed rezoning and potential development of the land would inhibit the ability to create an appropriate and safe interchange with the highway and therefore should not be progressed until the planning for the interchange is complete. So I think it's a good proposal, you know, and I think that eventually Lot 1 will be developed and it will round out the town of Capel, but we need some more information. We need Main Roads to make a decision, okay, a better decision. I think, unfortunately, this hasn't prompted Main Roads to do that yet. I think that the service station is probably in the wrong place, and I think that's part of the reason why Main Roads would have kicked it back. If it was instead in the northeast corner of that southern block, you'd probably have a better chance, because that would still give enough room close to the highway for Main Roads to then have come up with okay, we're going to put a roundabout there, or we're going to put a flyover there, or whatever. So I think that unfortunately the proposal, rather than prompting Main Roads to look for solutions, it instead made them look for problems. I think that the idea of having, I notice in the objections from residents that people were concerned with lot sizes of R20 lot sizes. Now, everywhere else, they were saying that's way too small. Everywhere else, R20 is, that's a big block. It's a big block. Go to Dalyellop and you can't buy one. You've got to buy 3 or 4 properties and put them together to have a house that big. And I note, and I was very pleased with the applicant's explanation that yes, they were smaller blocks, smaller than most of the blocks in Capel, but that you were considering those people who live in Capel or farm around Capel who are looking to retire and want a smaller block, but the thought of Dalyellop size blocks and is right next to the nursing home. They don't want that. They do want some garden. They do want some backyard. They do want some trees and that sort of stuff. And I think that there is a need for that size block. So I would encourage the developer, the applicant, to not completely abandon it, but to perhaps come back, have another look at the proposal, continue negotiating with Main Roads, and eventually I think this will. I would hope that this would come back to us and it would get up.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to contribute for or against? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? I think it's carried for, was it? Sorry, against again? Oh, sorry. 5-3, carried 5-3. Sorry about that. My maths isn't too good this time of night. (14.6) The Shire of Capel Climate Change Declaration. Councillor Sciano, seconded Councillor Kitchen. Councillor Sciano.
Thank you, Mr. President. That Council Policy 2.25 Climate Change and Adaptation be revoked and the Shire of Capel Climate Change Declaration be adopted as attached. I think it's really interesting to see that, going through the process of the Community Strategic Plan over the last year, that climate change and the environment have been probably one of the core things or repeated things that have come up within all of those meetings and all of those workshops. I think there's no doubt, obviously, that the community looks to local government for stewardship when it comes to climate change. I often also hear the view that local government doesn't have a role to play in this, this is a much bigger issue than local government. But I think, and my view is that local government has to significantly adopt practices that address climate change into the way that it approaches planning, in the way that it approaches its strategic and corporate business plans. The very fact that the climate's changing and the coast is eroding is stuff that we have to deal with every day. In the way that we plan. It's one of the biggest, challenges that we have developing along the coast, and many other things, from, environmental catastrophes that we've got in the way of contaminated sites and whatnot. So I very strongly believe that local government has a role to play in tackling climate change. May it be very small, but it affects every decision that we make. And also, we're an organisation at the end of the day. Like any organisation, any business, we have to look at our practices internally as well and address how we can do better and show better stewardship in sustainability and addressing climate change. So, and yeah, I wholeheartedly believe it's a challenge of local government and one that we've got to address. The Climate Change Declaration is really just a recognition of that. And Council, through its climate change and adaptation policy, has recognised that this is an issue that is occurring and that in some way we have to address it. So much of the crux of what we've got here is something that Council has already previously sort of identified as a vision. I think the work that the Climate Change and Adaptation Sustainability Committee does as well is really interesting, and I hope that a lot of really visionary things come out of that group. I think the Shire has the ability to be really ahead of this game and really look at, particularly waste and energy in the future. But we've got to have a clear direction and understand that, we recognise this as an issue and that we want to implement that into the way that we plan. So, yeah, look, just, I definitely think this is an issue going forward, and local government does have a role to play. So obviously commend the officer's recommendation.
Anyone else? Councillor Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur wholeheartedly with the comments there from Councillor Sciano. As the chair of the Climate Change Adaptation and Sustainability Committee, I'm quite glad to see this item coming to Council for its endorsement. We would be the first local government in the southwest to make such a declaration. Only 31 other local governments in the state have actually done so as well. I do believe that this local government is a leader in this space. We are the only council that I'm aware of in the southwest at least that has a committee dedicated to the issue in working forward in solutions. But I'm very, very pleased with the declaration that it's got a logical, sensible way to go about it. It's not a let's tear the house down and start again. It's, well, hang on, this is coming up. How can we make that better? And yeah, I think that's just how things are evolving as it is anyway. The community do want to see a more sustainable organisation. They want to make sure every dollar that we do spend on their behalf is done so in a sustainable and effective manner that does no longer harm the environment, not only for us but our children and our grandchildren. I'd just like to make a special thank you to the staff that have helped during this process, but I would like to make a special thank you to the Acting CEO, Rob Stewart, who through the committee has been a champion in this space. It is an area that he's quite passionate about, and I know he had a lot of pleasure in drafting the climate change declaration for the Shire of Capel. So you have my thanks for that, and depending on how the vote goes, I'm sure would be the rest of councils then as well. So, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we can put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Just one. Carried 7-1. Now we're moving to, I believe, 15.1, am I right?
15.1, yes.
Excellent. The policy review of our superannuation. Do I have a mover? Councillor Noonan, seconder. Councillor Mogg. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the motion as read.
I'd like at this point to move an amendment. And if you look at my amendments are as such. Where's the minute taken? That the motion be amended. Sorry, the policy. Amend the motion be amended. So I'm not reading the motion at the end of the item. I'm reading the policy statement within the item, but I'm guessing they're the same. So my amendment is to remove, keep all the changes as suggested, except for remove number 1 in the policy statement. And then, hang on. Well, number 2 would be number 2A, saying removing the word existing and just using the word employees, removing the date as is there. So it would read, employees contributing up to a 5% voluntary contribution will receive a Shire contribution, a matching Shire contribution, so reinstate matching, Shire contribution up to 5%. Then scrub B and leave 3 as suggested. So let's try doing those amendments. So what I'm trying to achieve is, I think I'm trying to remove the 14%. I'm trying to remove the voluntary contribution of 5% and make it up to, rather than just a standard 5%. And so I think we leave the words, before where I've changed A, we leave the words, in addition to the legislative superannuation guarantee, and then move to employees contributing up to a 5% voluntary contribution will receive a matching Shire contribution of up to 5%. And then remove the something about 14%. Have I made myself clear? If not, let me know how I need to, not quite. Let's just see what we're left with on the screen. I'll apologise while we're waiting. I'll apologise for doing this sort of late and on the fly. But I only became aware of these anomalies, what I would call anomalies, when I read the advertisement today. We're advertising for a new communications officer, and the advertisement said, "Yeah, you'll get a generous salary and a generous superannuation of 14%." And I thought, well, boy, when we're trying to, at the same time, trying to work out whether we raise rates and what should be in our budget for the year, the fact that we're going above and beyond and offering very generous superannuation co-contributions, etc. I didn't think it the two things sat well together. So what I'm trying to do with these amendments is, so I'm moving the amendment. Do I get a seconder, by the way? Councillor Clues, thank you. So I'm on the way to debating it anyway. Councillor Andrew. Okay, well, I'll forward your question to the acting CEO in a minute, but now you're confusing me because I believed that we're looking at our superannuation policy, are we not? That's right. Yeah. So we're both on the same page, but I'm just saying this is our policy. Anyway, Acting CEO, can you clarify some of this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, no, I can't, unless Mr. Chamberlain can tell me what the... Councillor Andrew, you're talking about the superannuation guarantee?
Well, I believe the compulsory employee. So when you're reading the policy and it says in the first line that we will match a 5% voluntary contribution to a maximum of 14%, if it's now 10%, then 10 and 5 makes 15, so it should be capped at a maximum of 15%, not 14. Does that make sense? No, the 14% is still in there. Yep, down the bottom.
I think it's prudent in the current environment, and I think it's still a generous situation we have, and I recommend it. So the seconder was Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question, if I may, through you. Does this, will this, if I guess agreed to by council, will this involve any back pay? As I note that it's back to 2013 for some reason.
I think I removed that in my amendment as well.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can see some nodding and shaking of heads over there. I don't think there's any back pay.
No, there's not. So anyway, if there's no more discussion... Oh, there is discussion. Councillor Kitchen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be speaking against the amendment. Then I've sort of just understood as well what was happening there. The 5% contribution is for employees as at 1st of July 2013 will then receive the matching 5%. The up to 14% contribution that was there was for employees after the 1st of July 2013, so they're not together. But I speak against the amendment as a whole and would recommend the original substantive motion because we do have an issue with staff here in that we don't have the resources to pay the big wages like our two immediate neighbours can, and so we go about other ways of attracting and retaining staff, and that might be through the higher rates of super contribution, so that then that employer can then use it as a tax reduction or something like that, as well as other things like training and those sorts of things that we put more money into that to offset the lower wages that we just simply can't afford compared to the city councils. So I think this amendment would do away with a mechanism we have up our sleeve for attracting and retaining good quality staff, and I think we need to be keeping these sorts of things in place to make sure we can continue to do that, to attract them.
Councillor Clues, yes?
Thank you, Mr. President. A question, if I may. I'm wondering what the timeline is for the requirement for this to be decided. I understand it's a 2-year rolling thing. How far off that are we?
Acting CEO.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't know about the 2-year rolling, but Mr. Chamberlain has the answer to that, I believe.
Hello, thank you for the question. I believe we are still in the time period, but it would be my recommendation, given there is some clarity still required on this policy, that we defer just so we can obviously take it back to our HR and that bit obviously come to the next meeting with more information.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll move to defer to the next ordinary meeting.
You're moving a procedural motion?
Procedural motion to defer to the
Defer
next
this to
ordinary
the
meeting.
July ordinary meeting of council.
Please.
Oh.
Before the chair, that you defer the question, and the question is the amendment. I don't think the amendment's been dealt with yet.
Yeah, we can't defer the amendment. We're on the amendment at the moment.
Can we adjourn
So,
the debate till next month?
Well, hang on. Before we cross that bridge, let me cross this first bridge. We have an amendment in front of us, which we can then vote on. It then becomes a substantive motion. If you choose to, then you can move a procedural motion that substantive motion be deferred. It then comes back to council later. So there's that avenue before we explore the avenues of another intricate procedural motion that might involve suspending debate. So which do you prefer? Are you sticking with your procedural motion? Are you sticking with your intention to move a procedural motion after this amendment is dealt with, or would you like to explore another avenue?
I'd like to keep both options on the table, so I would like to adjourn debate to the next ordinary meeting.
Mr. President, could I move an alternative motion?
Not yet. We have to deal with the procedural motion that we have in front of us.
It's an alternative procedural motion.
Sorry, Councillor Noonan. Allow me to follow the bouncing ball. So we now have a procedural motion that debate be adjourned. So if this procedural motion is passed, we just stop debating it, and it comes back next time. We stop where we are, and it comes back where we are. Right? So those in favour. Do we get a seconder? Councillor Noonan. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried 5-3, so debate is adjourned. Item 15.2 is the policy on community recognition.
Do we not need to go back to the substantive and adjourn that also?
And I better ask that you don't just blurt things out, that you ask until you're called. You signal until you're called. Okay, so do I have a mover for 15.2? No? Well, oh yes, Councillor Kitchen. Seconded? Councillor Noonan. Councillor Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't read out the recommendation, but I'll move it as read. Yeah, quite a straightforward policy. A very good way to simply recognise the efforts of our volunteers and community groups through the breakfast, the community awards. It's a simple manner that we can take just to make sure that people who do a lot of work on the local government's behalf in some cases, but usually just for their own individual community group and their hometown, just to say thank you for the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that they save, that they raise, that they put towards the betterment of their community. So I think it's quite straightforward.
I think it was Councillor Noonan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Councillor Kitchen. I concur. I would like to perhaps point out that this is a good opportunity for us and for as a Shire to also take a retrospective look and recognise some people who, for example, Mrs. Saunders, who stood by Mr. Julian Saunders for those 40 years. He's got the gong, the honorary Freeman and AOM, and it tended to be in the past that free men were acknowledged or recognised, and often women were overlooked. And so I'd also hope that in adopting this policy that that there can be a review on a more gender-neutral basis of those people who have made exceptional contributions to the Shire.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to contribute? Councillor Clues?
I'd like to move an amendment, a simple
ahead.
addition, hopefully. Thank you. I'd like to move to that this policy be amalgamated with the Bushfire Chief and Deputy Chief remuneration policy, or whatever the name of that policy was.
We're not able to accept that as an amendment because it doesn't address the subject matter that we're debating. It's an extraneous. It's extraneous. So my ruling is that I'm not accepting that amendment. We'll return to the substantive motion, and if there's no more discussion, we'll put that to the debate, to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimous. We move to the 15.3, the accounts paid during the month of May 2021. Do I have a mover? Councillor Andrew, seconder. Councillor Noonan. Any debate, Councillor Andrew, or any questions from anyone? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. We move on to the next thing, which is 15.4, financial statements for May. Moved that we adopt those. Councillor Sciano, seconded. Councillor Noonan. Any discussion? No. Everybody ready for a vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Where are we now? Are we at rates? Try and get back to the start of it.
So I think there's an alternative recommendation.
Ah, that's right, yes. Okay, so I will, for the sake of simplicity, I will move it that the local public notice in accordance with section 6.36 of the Local Government Act 1995 be given for the following proposed differential rates for the 2021-22 financial year, and the table which we're taking as read is the one on the amended version that's been handed to councillors. So I take it that one is the one that's on the screen, is that right? Cool. So that's the one on the screen. And that 2, any public submissions received regarding the differential rate shall be considered by council before the adoption of any proposed rate. And 3, that the 2021-22 proposed, quote, objects and reasons, unquote, as attached be endorsed. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Noonan. I won't have anything to say at this point. Councillor Noonan?
I'd just like to thank our Director of Community and Corporate, Samantha Chamberlain. She's put a lot of work into this, and her assistants. They've put a lot of work into this, and I think they've come up with a very fair proposal. Yeah, and I thank the councillors as well for the debates and roundtables and contributions that we've all made. I think you've done a good job.
Do I have any other speakers? If not, we will put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried 7-1. Now, I believe We have, do we have new business of an urgent nature?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Second public question time? Anyone? No. Any motions without notice? Notices of motion for consideration at the next ordinary meeting of council? Finally, we have, I think we have an item for consideration behind closed doors. Two items. So I need a motion from someone that we move behind closed doors in accordance with section 12(1)(g). That will be Councillor Kitchen, seconded Councillor Noonan. Those in favour? It's carried, unanimous, so we'll go behind closed doors. Thank you for your attendance. So we're behind closed doors now for 20.1, which is the Dalyellup grounds maintenance. Do I have a mover? Councillor Clues, seconded. Councillor Kitchen. Councillor Clues, would you like to move it or move it as read? As read, okay. Would you like to speak towards it? You can tell. You can tell we're behind closed doors. Okay.